On nights when the full moon rose high and proud, casting her silver gaze over the silent woods, a strange enchantment would unfold. For centuries, the people of the surrounding villages spoke in hushed tones of a hidden garden, a place steeped in magic, appearing only on nights when the moon reached her zenith, a sanctuary lost to the world of men. Few believed it, fewer dared seek it, but the legend persisted like the whisper of a breeze, soft and elusive, a ghost of memory in the back of the mind. Tonight, the moon was high, and the whispers grew louder. The forest seemed to awaken beneath her light, each leaf and blade of grass shimmering with a pale glow, as if eager to drink in the magic that hung thick in the air. Somewhere, hidden within the depths of this moonlit maze, lay the garden, waiting, yearning to be found. It was here that Leona found herself, moving silently through the silvered shadows, her breath barely a whisper in the cool night air. She was a striking figure, her dark hair falling over her shoulders like a cascade of ink, her sharp gaze cutting through the shadows. Leona was not one to believe in fables or fairy tales, but tonight, something had called to her, a pull she could not ignore, like an invisible thread drawing her deeper into the unknown. She was no ordinary woman. Leona Eastwood belonged to a family with a legacy as old as the stones upon which she trod. The Eastwoods were revered and feared in equal measure, their power woven into the very fabric of the village. And with that power came responsibility, duty, a strict loyalty to family above all else. She had been raised to honor that loyalty, to carry the Eastwood name like a badge upon her chest. Yet tonight, beneath the watchful eye of the moon, she felt free, untethered from the weight of her lineage. Leona stepped into a clearing bathed in moonlight, and there, before her, lay the garden. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. Flowers of every imaginable color blanketed the ground, their petals shimmering with an otherworldly light, their fragrance so heady and sweet it was almost intoxicating. Vines twisted and curled around ancient trees, their leaves dusted with silver, creating a canopy that shimmered like stars in the night sky. The air was thick with a sense of magic, a pulse that seemed to beat in time with her own heart. She took a step forward, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel it, the garden was alive, a creature of myth and magic, a place both inviting and dangerous. And in the midst of this enchanted landscape, she was not alone. Across the clearing, another figure stepped into the light. He moved with a quiet strength, his gaze piercing and steady as he took in the sight of her. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a face hardened by years of discipline, of duty. Yet there was a softness there too, a vulnerability that spoke of a life filled with secrets and shadows. His name was Elias, and he was a Westgate. The Eastwoods and the Westgates, two families locked in a rivalry that stretched back for generations. The reasons for their feud had long since been lost to time, but the bitterness remained, a legacy passed down from father to son, mother to daughter, a chain that bound each generation in turn. They had been taught to hate one another, to see each other not as individuals but as symbols of everything they despised. Yet here they were, drawn to the same place on the same night, as if some unseen hand had guided their steps. Elias regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and caution, his dark eyes studying her face, as if searching for a trace of the enmity that had defined their family's history. Leona met his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest, the weight of their shared legacy hanging heavy between them. She knew she should turn and leave, should retreat back into the safety of her family's expectations. But something held her there, rooted to the spot, as if the very ground beneath her feet had claimed her as its own. "Did you feel it too?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, a thread of sound that hung in the air between them. Elias nodded, his expression unreadable. "Yes," he replied, his voice deep and steady, a voice that seemed to resonate with the ancient magic that surrounded them. "I don't know why, but I was drawn here. As if something was calling me." They stood in silence, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves, the gentle hum of the garden's magic. Neither of them moved, each waiting, watching, as if afraid that even the slightest shift would shatter the fragile peace that bound them. They were two figures cast in moonlight, two souls caught in the web of an ancient prophecy they did not yet understand. Slowly, almost hesitantly, Elias took a step forward. Leona's breath hitched, her heart hammering against her ribs as he closed the distance between them. She could see him more clearly now, the sharp angles of his jaw, the intensity in his gaze, the way his mouth curved ever so slightly as he looked at her, a hint of a smile, or perhaps a challenge. "There's a legend about this place," he said, his voice a low murmur that seemed to blend with the night, becoming part of the garden's secret rhythm. "They say it only appears on the full moon, a place where the past and the present meet, where destinies are forged." Leona swallowed, her gaze drifting over the moonlit flowers, the twisting vines, the ancient trees that seemed to watch them with silent, knowing eyes. She felt a shiver run down her spine, a thrill of something ancient and powerful, something that felt both thrilling and terrifying. "And do you believe it?" she asked, her voice soft, tentative, as if she were afraid of the answer. Elias's gaze never wavered. "I don't know what I believe," he admitted, his tone filled with a mixture of wonder and caution. "But I know that whatever this place is, it's brought us together. And I don't think that's a coincidence." His words hung between them, a bridge formed over the chasm of their family's feud, a fragile link that felt as real and as solid as the ground beneath their feet. She wanted to deny it, to dismiss his words as mere fancy, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he was right, that they were standing on the edge of something monumental, something that would change them both forever. As they stood in the heart of the garden, side by side, the air around them seemed to shift, growing heavier, charged with an electricity that prickled at their skin, raising goosebumps along Leona's arms. And then, from somewhere deep within the garden, a soft glow began to emerge, a light that pulsed with a rhythm all its own, as if in time with the beating of their hearts. Drawn to it, they moved together, their steps synchronized as if guided by an invisible force. The light grew brighter as they approached, illuminating an ancient stone half buried in the earth, its surface etched with symbols that glowed with a soft, golden light. Leona knelt beside it, her fingers trembling as she brushed away the moss that clung to the stone, revealing words carved in a language she did not recognize yet somehow understood. Elias knelt beside her, their shoulders brushing, his presence warm and solid beside her as they read the inscription together. Leona's fingers traced the ancient, weathered grooves carved into the stone, her touch reverent as if she could somehow feel the echoes of the past within the cool, smooth surface. The symbols, though foreign, seemed to resonate with something deep inside her, awakening a sense of familiarity she couldn't explain. It was as if her very bones recognized this language, a memory not of her mind but of her blood. Elias leaned closer, his shoulder pressing against hers, grounding her in this surreal moment. Together, they read the inscription aloud, their voices soft, almost reverent, as if speaking a prayer. "When the moon is full and the forest stirs, two souls from rival homes shall meet, their fates entwined. In love, they shall break the chains of hatred, and through their union, a new legacy shall be born." The last words lingered in the air, heavy with a meaning that seeped into their bones. The prophecy was unmistakable, and though neither of them had spoken of their family's history yet, the weight of it hung between them, unspoken but understood. Leona turned to Elias, her heart pounding in her chest, her mind reeling with the implications of the words they had just spoken. This can't be real," she whispered, but even as she said the words, she knew she didn't believe them. The garden, the prophecy, the undeniable pull she felt toward him, it was all too powerful, too vivid to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Elias reached out, his hand covering hers, his touch warm and steady, a solid anchor in the storm of her thoughts. "I know it feels impossible," he murmured, his gaze searching her face, "but I can't deny that something brought us here. Something beyond our control, beyond our understanding. The sincerity in his eyes, the quiet conviction in his voice, sent a shiver through her. She wanted to pull away, to retreat into the safety of skepticism, but her heart betrayed her. She felt drawn to him, not just physically but in a way that defied logic, a pull that seemed to come from somewhere deep within her soul. It was as if she had been waiting for this moment her entire life, though she hadn't known it until now. "Do you believe it?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. He hesitated, his gaze drifting to the stone, the words of the prophecy still glowing faintly in the moonlight. "I don't know if I believe in prophecies," he admitted, his voice low, "but I believe in this." He gestured between them, the space that had suddenly become charged with an energy that was both thrilling and terrifying. "I don't understand it, but I can't ignore it." Their gazes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. This moment, this garden, the prophecy, it was all real as the blood that pulsed through their veins, binding them to a fate they had not chosen but could not escape. Without thinking, Leona took his hand, her fingers entwining with his, the warmth of his skin sending a jolt of electricity through her. She felt his hand tighten around hers, a reassurance, a promise, a declaration that in this garden, under the light of the full moon, they were free to defy the world that sought to keep them apart. For a long moment, they stood in silence, their breaths mingling, the garden's magic enveloping them in a cocoon of quiet intimacy. The air was thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers, a fragrance so sweet it was almost intoxicating, filling her senses, drowning out the thoughts of duty, loyalty, and the long-standing feud that had shaped her life. Here, in this enchanted place, she was not Leona Eastwood, daughter of a proud, unyielding family. She was simply Leona, a woman standing on the precipice of something extraordinary. Elias reached up, his fingers brushing a stray strand of hair from her face, his touch light, almost hesitant, as if afraid to shatter the fragile moment between them. His gaze softened, the hard lines of his face relaxing, revealing a vulnerability she hadn't seen before, a glimpse of the man beneath the mask of duty and loyalty. "In another world," he said softly, his voice barely more than a murmur, "maybe things would be different. Maybe we wouldn't have to choose between family and whatever this is." She smiled, a bittersweet smile tinged with both hope and sorrow. "Maybe," she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of unspoken dreams. The space between them disappeared, their lips meeting in a kiss that was as fierce as it was tender, a kiss that spoke of longing, of promises unkept, of a love that had been buried beneath years of resentment and bitterness. She felt his arms wrap around her, pulling her close, grounding her, anchoring her in the here and now. In his embrace, she felt a warmth that chased away the cold shadows of duty and loyalty, a warmth that made her feel alive in a way she had never felt before. The kiss deepened, their bodies pressed together, each heartbeat a silent declaration, a promise of a future they could not yet grasp but yearned for with every fiber of their being. Here, in the heart of the garden, under the light of the full moon, they were free to love, free to dream, free to imagine a future that lay beyond the confines of family loyalty and societal expectations. But as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the garden's magic began to wane, the flowers losing their ethereal glow, the vines retreating into the shadows. The spell that had bound them began to fade, and with it, the reality of their lives came crashing back, cold and unyielding. Leona pulled back, her gaze filled with a mixture of hope and despair. "We can't stay here," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "The garden, it won't last." Elias nodded, his expression mirroring her own. "I know," he replied, his voice steady but filled with a quiet sadness. "But that doesn't mean this has to end. We can come back every full moon. We can be together, here, where the world can't touch us." She wanted to believe him, wanted to cling to the hope that they could carve out a space for themselves in this hidden sanctuary, a place where their love could flourish, free from the chains of duty and loyalty. But even as she nodded, even as she promised to return, she knew that the outside world would not be so easily kept at bay. They parted with one last, lingering kiss, a silent vow, a promise that transcended words. As she watched him disappear into the shadows, her heart ached with a longing that felt as old as time itself, a yearning that would carry her through the days and nights until they could meet again. And so, with each full moon, they returned to the garden, their love growing stronger, their bond unbreakable, a defiance of the world beyond the garden's edge. They became a legend, a whispered tale passed down among those who dared to dream, a story of love that defied the chains of loyalty, of two souls bound by a destiny as old and eternal as the stars. For in the end, love was the truest magic, a force that transcended time and place, a power that bound them together in a story that would be told long after the last petal fell, a story of a garden that appeared only on nights when the moon was full, a place where love and fate intertwined in the silvered shadows of a mystical forest. Each month, when the full moon rose, Leona found herself drawn to the mystical garden with a pull so undeniable, it felt like fate itself calling her name. And every month, Elias was there, waiting for her with a gaze that held a quiet intensity, a resolve that mirrored her own. The garden became their sanctuary, a world removed from the feud and the grudges that had long defined their lives. In the silvered glow of the moonlight, they were free to dream, to love, to build a world of their own making. As the months turned, their love grew, blossoming like the night-blooming flowers that filled the garden. They shared whispered conversations, stolen kisses, and promises that hung in the air like fragile petals, delicate but fiercely protected. Their meetings became a ritual, a sacred bond that neither dared to break, a lifeline in a world that threatened to tear them apart. One night, as they lay together beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, Leona traced the lines of Elias's face with her fingers, memorizing every contour, every detail. The moonlight cast a soft glow across his features, illuminating the quiet strength in his gaze, the softness that only she had been allowed to see. "Tell me about your family," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle rustling of leaves. Elias hesitated, his gaze darkening. The Eastwoods and the Westgates had long been enemies, each family wielding their power with a ruthless determination that had shaped them both. He knew that speaking of his family would mean revealing the depths of a feud that ran deeper than either of them could fully understand. "My father," he began, his voice a low murmur, "is a man who values loyalty above all else. Loyalty to the family, to the legacy we're meant to uphold. He sees the Eastwoods as a threat, a danger that must be kept at bay, no matter the cost." Leona felt a pang of sadness at his words, a reminder of the barriers that still stood between them, the chains that bound them to families that would never understand what they had found in each other. "And your mother?" she asked, hoping for some glimmer of understanding, a chance that perhaps not all of his family held such bitter resentment. Elias's gaze softened. "She's kinder, softer. But she's bound by loyalty too. She may not carry the same hatred as my father, but she would never approve of this." He reached out, his hand finding hers, their fingers entwining in a silent declaration of their defiance. Leona's heart ached at the thought. She had always known that their love was forbidden, that the world outside the garden would see them as traitors, betrayers of their families. But here, under the light of the full moon, none of that mattered. They were simply two souls bound by a love that was as fierce as it was impossible. "And your family?" Elias asked, his gaze searching her face, as if he could read her every thought. Leona hesitated, the weight of her family's expectations pressing down upon her. She had been raised to be strong, to carry the Eastwood legacy with pride. Her father had taught her to see the Westgates as enemies, to guard their family's secrets with a fierceness that bordered on obsession. "My father would never accept this," she admitted, her voice tinged with sorrow. "To him, the Westgates are a threat to everything he's worked for. He would see us as a betrayal, a danger to the family's legacy. She looked away, her gaze drifting over the garden, her heart heavy with the knowledge that their love would never be accepted by the world beyond the sanctuary. But here, she continued, her voice filled with quiet determination, none of that matters. Here, we're free. Elias reached out, his fingers tilting her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. We are, he murmured, his voice filled with a fierce resolve. And as long as we have this, nothing else matters. They kissed, a kiss filled with all the passion, the longing, the defiance that had built between them over the months. It was a kiss that spoke of promises unbroken, of dreams that could never be denied, a kiss that bound them together in a way that neither family, no matter how powerful, could tear apart. But as the months turned to years, their secret grew harder to keep. The meetings became fraught with tension, the weight of their forbidden love pressing down upon them with a force that threatened to crush them. They knew that each night they spent together brought them closer to the inevitable moment when they would be discovered, when the world beyond the garden would intrude upon their sanctuary. One night, as the moon cast her silver light over the garden, Elias arrived with a heaviness in his gaze, a sadness that Leona had never seen before. "What's wrong?" she asked, her heart pounding with dread. Elias hesitated, his gaze drifting over the flowers, the vines, the ancient trees that had borne witness to their love. "My father," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "He suspects something. He doesn't know, not yet, but he's watching. He's suspicious of where I go on these nights." Leona felt a chill run down her spine. They had always known that this moment would come, that the sanctuary they had built within the garden could not last forever. But knowing it and facing it were two very different things. "What are we going to do?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Elias took her hand, his grip firm and steady, a silent promise that he would not abandon her, no matter the cost. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "But I won't let them take this from us. I won't let them destroy what we've found here." They stood in silence, their hands entwined, the weight of their love pressing down upon them with a force that was both beautiful and terrifying. They knew that the world beyond the garden would never understand, that their families would see their love as a betrayal, a defiance of everything they held sacred. But here, in the heart of the garden, under the light of the full moon, they were free. Free to love, free to dream, free to imagine a future that lay beyond the chains of duty and loyalty. And so they continued to meet, each full moon bringing them closer together, their love growing stronger, their bond unbreakable. They became legends, a whispered tale passed down among those who dared to dream, a story of love that defied the chains of loyalty, of two souls bound by a destiny as old and eternal as the stars. But as the seasons turned and the years passed, the weight of their love became harder to bear. The world beyond the garden pressed closer, the shadows of their family's expectations creeping into their sanctuary, threatening to tear them apart. One night, as they lay together beneath the stars, Leona spoke the words that had haunted her for so long. "Elias," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. What if we could leave? What if we could find a way to escape, to build a life beyond the reach of our families?" Elias looked at her, his gaze filled with a fierce determination. "If that's what you want, then I'll find a way," he promised, his voice filled with a resolve that left no room for doubt. "I'll take you anywhere you want to go. As long as we're together, nothing else matters." They lay in silence, their fingers entwined, their hearts beating in perfect harmony. In that moment, they knew that they would do whatever it took to be together, to build a life beyond the shadows of their family's expectations. For in the end, love was the truest magic, a force that transcended time and place, a power that bound them together in a story that would be told long after the last petal fell, a story of a garden that appeared only on nights when the moon was full, a place where love and fate intertwined in the silvered shadows of a mystical forest. The nights they shared in the garden grew fewer as whispers of suspicion began to take root within their families. No one yet knew about the meetings beneath the full moon, but both the Eastwoods and the Westgates felt a disturbance, a sense that something sacred was slipping beyond their control. It was as if the garden itself sensed the growing tension, its flowers blooming with an urgency as though aware that their time was limited, that the moonlit oasis they had come to cherish could vanish as quickly as it appeared. One evening, when the moon rose as a thin crescent, only days away from becoming full, Elias crept into the Eastwood estate under the cover of night, his heart hammering with a mixture of fear and excitement. He was risking everything to see her. Leona had sent word through a trusted friend, a maid who kept her secrets well, urging him to meet her, for she had come to a decision that could change everything. He knew what it meant for him to be here, to cross the boundaries into Eastwood territory. If he were caught, it would be seen as a declaration of war, a threat. But none of that mattered as he approached the secluded garden corner where Leona awaited him. The air was tense, thick with anticipation. She stood beneath the shadow of a twisted oak, her form draped in a cloak that concealed her identity from prying eyes. But as he neared her, she threw back the hood, her dark eyes flashing with a fire he had only seen in glimpses before. "Elias," she whispered, and the way she said his name, as if it were a prayer, filled him with a sense of purpose he had never known. They embraced, a silent affirmation of the bond that bound them, and as their eyes met, he could see the determination etched into her face. "Leona," he murmured, brushing a lock of hair from her face. "What's wrong?" Her eyes softened, and she took his hand, holding it tightly between her own. "We can't keep meeting like this," she said, her voice trembling with both resolve and fear. "They'll discover us, Elias. My father, he's growing suspicious, and your father," her voice trailed off, and he could hear the unspoken truth in her words. "My father would never allow it," he finished for her, his voice laced with a bitterness he couldn't suppress. He would see it as the ultimate betrayal. A silence stretched between them, each feeling the weight of the choice that lay before them. They had spoken of escape before, of leaving behind the world that had shaped them, of building a life free from the constraints of family and legacy. But to do so would mean abandoning everything they had ever known, severing the ties of blood and duty that had defined their lives. "I've made a decision," Leona said finally, her voice steady. "I'm willing to leave. To abandon my family, my legacy, everything, if it means being with you." But she hesitated, her gaze dropping to the ground. "I need to know if you feel the same." Her words struck him with a force that left him momentarily speechless. He had always known that his feelings for her were unlike anything he had ever felt before, a love that defied explanation, that transcended the feud that had defined their lives. But now, faced with the reality of what it would mean to leave, to cut ties with his family and the life he had always known, he felt a pang of fear. But as he looked into her eyes, he felt that fear melt away, replaced by a certainty that ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oak that towered over them. She was his future, the life he wanted to build, the love he could not live without. And if that meant walking away from the Westgate name, from the legacy his family had forged over generations, then so be it. "Yes," he said, his voice filled with a quiet conviction. "I'll leave it all. For you, Leona, I'd give up everything." The relief in her eyes was immediate, a spark of hope that filled him with a fierce determination. They embraced, their hands clasped tightly, as if holding on to each other with all the strength they could muster. This was it, the beginning of a new path, one that would lead them away from the garden and into a world of their own making. Over the next week, they began to plan. They would leave on the night of the next full moon, slipping away into the forest under the cover of darkness, taking only what they could carry. They would cross the borders of their family's territories, vanishing into the world beyond, where the Eastwood and Westgate names held no meaning. It was a daring plan, a dangerous one, but they had no other choice. The night before their escape, Leona found herself alone in her room, her heart heavy with the weight of the life she was leaving behind. She looked around at the familiar surroundings, the trappings of a life of privilege and power, the symbols of a legacy she was abandoning. Her father's portrait hung on the wall, his stern gaze a constant reminder of the expectations he had placed upon her, the loyalty he had demanded. But she could not ignore the truth that had grown within her, a truth that defied the boundaries of family and loyalty. Her love for Elias was more than a feeling, it was a destiny, a path that had been written in the stars long before she had taken her first breath. And now, as she prepared to step into that path, she felt a sense of peace, a certainty that filled her with a strength she had never known. Meanwhile, Elias was saying his own quiet goodbyes, slipping away from the Westgate estate under the cover of darkness. He carried nothing but a small satchel, filled with the essentials they would need to start their journey. He had left no note, no explanation, knowing that any attempt to communicate his decision would only lead to more questions, more pain. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, they met at the edge of the forest, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The forest was still, the world quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation of their departure. They walked in silence, their hands entwined, their steps light as they crossed the boundary of their family's lands, stepping into a world where they could be free, where they could build a life beyond the shadows of the Eastwood and Westgate legacies. For days, they traveled through the wilderness, sleeping beneath the stars, sharing whispered promises and stolen kisses as they carved out a new path for themselves. They lived on what little they could carry, foraging from the land, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They were no longer heirs to feuding families, bound by duty and loyalty. They were simply Leona and Elias, two souls bound by love, by fate, by a destiny that had led them to each other. But as they journeyed further from their family's lands, they began to feel the weight of their decision, the reality of what they had left behind. The world beyond the garden was vast, filled with challenges they had not foreseen, and though their love remained strong, the shadows of their past continued to linger, haunting them with the knowledge that they could never truly escape the legacy they had abandoned. One evening, as they sat beneath the stars, Elias looked into her eyes, his gaze filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leona took his hand, her fingers entwining with his, a silent promise that no matter what the future held, she would stand by his side. "Never," she replied, her voice filled with a fierce determination. "You are my choice, Elias. You are my home." They shared a kiss filled with the strength of their love, the resilience of their bond, a kiss that spoke of promises kept and dreams fulfilled. And as they lay together beneath the stars, they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, bound by a love that defied the world beyond the garden's edge. In the weeks that followed their escape, Leona and Elias found themselves adapting to a world they had never truly known. The landscape was wild, vast, and beautiful, but it was also unforgiving, a place that demanded resilience and resourcefulness. Each day was a test of their commitment, a reminder of the sacrifices they had made for the sake of their love. They moved from one village to the next, careful to avoid drawing attention, living on the bare essentials, taking shelter wherever they could find it. The simplicity of their new life was both a blessing and a challenge. For the first time, they were free from the constant oversight of family, from the unspoken rules and expectations that had governed their lives. They had left behind the riches and privileges they had once taken for granted, trading them for a freedom that was as exhilarating as it was daunting. Leona found herself savoring the small moments, the quiet intimacy of shared meals, the warmth of Elias's hand in hers as they walked through sunlit fields or huddled together beneath a canopy of stars. It was a life of hardship, yes, but it was also a life filled with a kind of joy she had never known. Yet there were moments when the past would creep in, unbidden, casting long shadows over their newfound happiness. The feud between their families was like a ghost, haunting their steps, a reminder of the lives they had left behind. Leona would catch herself glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see the familiar figure of one of her family's guards lurking in the distance, waiting to drag her back to a life she had forsaken. Elias, too, would grow quiet at times, his gaze distant, as if lost in memories of a home that no longer existed. One evening, as they made camp near a quiet stream, Elias sat in silence, his expression troubled. The flickering firelight cast shadows across his face, accentuating the lines of tension that had grown more pronounced over the past weeks. Leona watched him, her heart aching with the knowledge that he, too, felt the weight of their decision, that the past was as much a burden for him as it was for her. She reached out, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "Elias," she said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper, "are you having second thoughts?" He looked at her, surprise flickering in his gaze before it softened into something unreadable. "No," he replied, his voice steady, though there was a hint of sadness in his tone. "But I can't help wondering what's become of them. My family, your family. Do you think they'll ever forgive us?" The question hung in the air, a reminder of the rift they had left behind, the wounds they had inflicted on those they loved. Leona had no easy answer. She knew that her father would see her departure as a betrayal of the highest order, a rejection of everything he had taught her, everything he had built. She knew that the Eastwoods and the Westgates would likely view their love as an affront to the legacies they had guarded for generations, a defiance of a feud that had defined them. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I hope that, in time, they'll come to understand. That they'll see that we chose love over hatred, that we broke the cycle they could not. But I can't pretend it will be easy, or that they'll forgive us anytime soon." Elias sighed, running a hand through his hair, his gaze distant. "Sometimes, I feel as if we're running from shadows. As if no matter how far we go, we can't escape the past." She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder, offering him the silent comfort of her presence. "We may never be able to escape it entirely," she whispered, "but we have each other. And as long as we're together, I can face whatever shadows come." Her words seemed to soothe him, and he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. They sat in silence, the quiet sounds of the forest surrounding them, a reminder that they were no longer bound by the constraints of family or duty. Here, in the wilderness, they were free to be whoever they chose to be. But the peace of their new life was shattered one night, not long after they had settled into a small village on the edge of a dense forest. They had been careful, keeping to themselves, avoiding unnecessary attention. Yet it seemed that no matter how cautious they were, they could not escape the reach of their families. It was late, the village quiet, the only sounds the chirping of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Leona was asleep, her breathing soft and even, a picture of peace. But Elias lay awake, a sense of unease prickling at the back of his mind, a feeling he couldn't quite shake. He told himself it was only his imagination, that he was letting his fears get the better of him. But then he heard it, the faint crunch of footsteps, the unmistakable sound of someone approaching. He sat up, his heart racing, every muscle tense. He reached out, placing a hand over Leona's mouth, waking her gently but urgently. Her eyes flew open, wide with confusion, but she didn't make a sound. She had learned to trust his instincts, to follow his lead without question. They moved quickly, gathering their belongings, slipping out of the small cottage they had rented and into the shadows of the forest. The footsteps grew louder, closer, the voices low and unfamiliar but unmistakably purposeful. Whoever was approaching was not here by chance, they were searching. They moved deeper into the woods, their steps light and swift, their breaths shallow as they navigated the darkness. Leona could feel her heart pounding, each beat a reminder of the danger they had thought they had escaped. She glanced at Elias, his face set in a mask of determination, and knew that he felt it too, the sense that their past was catching up with them, that they could not outrun it forever. They didn't stop until they were miles away from the village, the first light of dawn casting a faint glow over the horizon. Only then did they allow themselves to rest, sinking to the ground, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Leona looked at Elias, her gaze filled with both fear and defiance. "They found us," she said, her voice trembling. "They're looking for us." He nodded, his expression grim. "It seems our families are not as willing to let us go as we'd hoped." They sat in silence, the reality of their situation sinking in. They had known that leaving would not be easy, that their families would not simply accept their departure without question. But they had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that the world was vast enough to hide them, that love would be enough to protect them from the legacies they had abandoned. "We can keep moving," Leona said finally, her voice filled with a fierce determination. "We don't have to go back. We can stay one step ahead of them." Elias took her hand, his grip strong and steady. "We can try," he replied, his voice laced with both hope and resignation. "But if they're this determined to find us, we may need to do more than run. We may need to confront them." The words hung between them, heavy with the weight of what they implied. To confront their families would mean facing the hatred and resentment they had spent their lives defying, the bitterness that had driven them to leave in the first place. It would mean risking everything they had fought for, everything they had sacrificed. But as they sat together in the quiet of the forest, the dawn breaking over the horizon, they knew that they could not keep running forever. Sooner or later, they would have to stand their ground, to face the legacy they had tried so hard to escape. And in that moment, they made a silent promise, to face whatever came together, to stand by each other's side, no matter what the future held. After dawn broke, Leona and Elias sat in silence, the gravity of their decision weighing heavily on them. The forest around them was thick with the scent of pine and wild earth, the gentle rustle of leaves a reminder that, despite their turmoil, nature continued its steady rhythm, indifferent to their plight. But they both knew they had reached a turning point. They couldn't keep running indefinitely. The longer they fled, the tighter their family's grip would become, like wolves scenting blood in the distance. Elias broke the silence, his gaze fixed on the sunlight filtering through the trees. "They'll keep sending people after us, you know. Each time, they'll come closer, track us further. They won't rest until we're back under their control." Leona nodded, her heart tightening with the thought of returning to a life of restrictions, a world bound by traditions that no longer held any meaning for her. "If we're forced back, they'll separate us," she whispered, her voice thick with determination. "They'll do everything they can to break us apart, to make us regret leaving." She reached for his hand, her fingers intertwining with his, grounding her amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. The feel of his hand, warm and steady, reminded her of everything they had fought for, every risk they had taken to be together. She would not let that be taken from her, not by her family or his. Elias's gaze softened as he looked at her, a faint smile touching his lips. "We've come this far," he murmured, "and I'd go even further if it meant keeping us together." He paused, his expression growing resolute. "But you're right. Running isn't going to save us. We'll have to face them. Prove to them that this," he gestured between them. The bond they had forged is not something they can destroy. Leona exhaled, a strange mix of fear and exhilaration flooding through her. Then we confront them. But on our terms, not theirs. They spent the day preparing, discussing their plan with the meticulous care of generals planning a battle. They knew they would need to approach their families with strength, with unwavering commitment to each other. Their love would need to be as fierce as it was fragile, capable of standing tall against the towering expectations of their lineage. As they worked, they recalled shared memories, laughing quietly about the times they'd nearly been caught, the fleeting moments they'd stolen to be together, even as fear of discovery shadowed each one. Every glance, every shared laugh, was a reminder of what they were fighting for. These memories fortified them, like armor built from affection and devotion, making them nearly invincible. Elias spent hours fashioning a shelter out of branches and leaves, a temporary hideout where they could rest undetected until nightfall. They both knew that when they confronted their families, it would have to be on neutral ground, away from the reach of the Eastwood and Westgate estates, a place where no side held sway over the other. As the afternoon waned, Leona found herself watching him, marveling at his quiet strength, the steadiness of his hands, the focus in his gaze. It struck her, in that moment, just how much he had given up for her, how much he had risked. She had once thought herself strong, capable of withstanding anything, but Elias had shown her a new kind of strength, one that lay in vulnerability, in the courage to break from everything he'd ever known for the sake of love. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked, her voice soft, as she sat down beside him, watching the sun dip lower in the sky. Elias paused, turning to meet her gaze, his expression thoughtful. "Regret?" he repeated, as if tasting the word, testing its weight. A faint smile played at his lips. "No. I regret the years we spent hating each other's names, when we could have been finding each other. I regret the wasted time." He took her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. "But being here with you, knowing you're willing to stand beside me, even against the world, how could I ever regret that?" Her heart swelled with his words, a warmth spreading through her, chasing away the lingering doubts that had gnawed at her since their flight began. She leaned her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes, allowing herself a moment of peace in his embrace. As dusk settled, painting the forest in shades of amber and deep purple, they gathered their few belongings, preparing to set out toward the village near the boundary of their family's lands. They would send word from there, a message to both families requesting a meeting. The very thought of it sent a thrill of fear through Leona, but it was tempered by a fierce determination. They had come too far, sacrificed too much, to let fear stand in their way now. The journey to the village was silent, each step bringing them closer to the inevitable confrontation. The night was cool, a faint breeze rustling through the trees, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. The stars shone bright above them, as if watching, waiting, bearing witness to the journey of two souls who had defied every expectation, every rule, for the sake of a love they believed in with all their hearts. When they reached the village, they found an inn tucked away from the main road, a place where travelers came and went without much notice. They slipped inside, booking a room under false names, maintaining their secrecy until the time was right. Once inside, Elias drafted the letters, one to the Eastwood estate and one to the Westgate, his handwriting steady and firm. He wrote of love and peace, of a desire to bridge the divide that had kept their families at war for so long. He wrote of the legacy he hoped they could forge together, one that transcended the bitterness of the past. Leona watched as he sealed each letter with a single, thoughtful press of his thumb, as if binding their destinies with a simple touch. In his eyes, she saw a glimmer of hope, a vision of the future they both yearned for. And though fear lingered in the back of her mind, she found herself daring to hope as well. The letters were delivered to the messengers with explicit instructions to reach the families by dawn. They would await the response here, ready for whatever came. The night passed in a blur of sleepless anticipation. Leona lay beside Elias, her mind racing with thoughts of the future, of the path that lay ahead. She felt his hand entwined with hers, his steady presence a balm to her frayed nerves. In the quiet of the night, she could almost believe that everything would be okay, that love would be enough to mend the wounds of the past, to forge a new legacy that would unite rather than divide. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, a knock came at their door. Leona's heart leapt, a mixture of fear and excitement churning within her as Elias rose to answer. A man stood in the doorway, his expression somber, his gaze flickering between them as if seeing something he couldn't quite comprehend. "The families have agreed to meet," he announced, his voice a quiet rumble. "At the clearing near the old oak. They request your presence at dusk." The words hung in the air, heavy with both promise and foreboding. This was it, the moment they had been preparing for, the confrontation they could no longer avoid. Leona felt Elias's hand slip into hers, his grip firm and reassuring, a silent promise that they would face this together. As they made their way to the clearing, they walked hand in hand, a united front, prepared to face whatever judgment awaited them. They could feel the weight of their family's expectations bearing down upon them, the legacy of hatred and rivalry pressing in like a dark cloud. But in each other's presence, they found strength, a resolve that burned brighter than the fear that threatened to consume them. And as they approached the clearing, seeing the distant figures of their families waiting beneath the ancient oak, Leona knew that no matter what happened, she and Elias would not face it alone. They stepped forward, side by side, their hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront the legacy that had bound them, ready to fight for a future that was theirs alone. As Leona and Elias approached the clearing, their footsteps slowed, each stride bringing them closer to the gathered figures of their families. Under the sprawling branches of the ancient oak, two clusters of people stood opposite each other, the space between them like a battlefield, one not fought with weapons, but with stares, legacies, and unyielding pride. Leona's father, Reginald Eastwood, stood at the forefront of his family. His tall, rigid form cast a long shadow, and his expression was one of cold determination. His face, usually so controlled, was strained, a muscle ticking in his jaw. To his left, her younger brother, Thomas, stared daggers at Elias, his fists clenched as if he could barely contain himself. The rest of the Eastwood clan gathered behind them, murmuring, their expressions a mix of curiosity, anger, and disappointment. On the other side of the clearing, Elias's family stood with equal intensity. His father, Marcus Westgate, wore an expression of fierce disdain, his piercing gaze focused on Leona as though she were the source of every grievance his family had endured. Elias's mother, pale and stoic, kept her gaze low, but her fingers twisted together, betraying her anxiety. Behind them, aunts, uncles, and cousins whispered among themselves, eyes flashing with resentment. Leona felt a wave of nausea twist her stomach, the weight of generations pressing down upon her. She looked to Elias, her heart thundering, but his calm resolve steadied her. He squeezed her hand gently, grounding her in the moment, a silent reminder of why they had chosen this path. Taking a deep breath, they stepped forward together, bridging the gap between their families. The murmurs died down, silence settling over the clearing as all eyes turned to the couple standing hand in hand beneath the ancient oak. Reginald's voice was the first to break the silence, low and cold as steel. "Leona," he said, his tone filled with reproach. "What have you done?" She met his gaze, forcing herself to remain steady. "I chose to follow my heart, Father. I chose to be with Elias." The anger that flashed across his face was like a storm, his hands curling into fists as he fought to control his temper. "You chose to abandon your family, to defy everything we've built, everything we stand for. Do you realize what you've done?" "Yes," she replied, her voice strong and unwavering. "I know exactly what I've done, and I don't regret it." Marcus Westgate took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Elias, his eyes dark with fury. "And you, my son?" he demanded, his voice sharp and filled with accusation. "You would throw away your family, your birthright, for this?" Elias held his father's gaze, his expression calm but resolute. "I would throw it all away for her," he replied, his voice steady. "I would give up everything for the love we share, because I believe in a future that doesn't have to be defined by hatred and rivalry." Marcus's jaw clenched, his fists trembling with barely contained rage. "You speak of love, yet you betray the blood that flows through your veins. You betray the legacy I built for you, the sacrifices we made." Elias's gaze softened, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. "I know what you've done for me, Father. I know the weight you carry. But I cannot live my life shackled to a legacy of bitterness. Leona and I, we want to create something new, something that bridges the divide between our families. I ask you to let us have that chance." Reginald scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. "And you expect us to simply forgive and forget? To ignore centuries of history because of some youthful infatuation?" Leona felt a surge of anger flare within her. She took a step forward, her chin held high. "This is not a whim, Father. This is love, a love that neither of you seem capable of understanding. The rivalry between our families has poisoned us for generations, turning us against each other, fueling resentment and bitterness. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can end it, right here, right now. We can choose to let go." Thomas sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're a fool, Leona. Love won't undo centuries of betrayal. The Westgates have always sought to undermine us, to steal what is rightfully ours. They don't deserve forgiveness." A murmur of agreement rippled through the Eastwood clan, and Leona felt her heart sink. She had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that they would see reason, that they would understand the power of what she and Elias had found. But the hatred ran deep, its roots entangled in their very identities. Elias took a deep breath, his voice calm but firm. "I understand that this is difficult for all of you. That what we're asking may feel impossible. But ask yourselves, what do you truly gain from this feud? What does it give you besides bitterness and grief? Leona and I have chosen love over hatred. And if you cannot support us, then at least let us go." Marcus's expression hardened, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. "If you walk away now, Elias, you are no longer my son. You will be a stranger to me, to all of us." Elias's face tightened, but he did not flinch. "Then so be it," he replied, his voice soft but resolute. "I would rather be a stranger to you than live a life of hatred." Reginald's gaze narrowed, his voice cold and cutting. "And you, Leona? Are you willing to turn your back on us, on everything we've given you?" Leona felt her chest tighten, a pang of sorrow cutting through her resolve. But she looked at Elias, the love and strength in his gaze giving her the courage to face her father's wrath. "I am," she said, her voice trembling but unwavering. "Because what I have with Elias is worth more than anything you could ever offer me. I will not live my life chained to a legacy of hatred." A heavy silence fell over the clearing, the tension thick as both families grappled with the weight of her words. It was as if the air itself held its breath, waiting for the final judgment. Reginald's face hardened, his gaze cold and unforgiving. "Then go," he said, his voice low and filled with contempt. "If you are so determined to betray your family, to turn your back on everything we've done for you, then you are no daughter of mine." The words struck her like a blow, a cold, sharp pain piercing her heart. She felt Elias's hand tighten around hers, his silent support grounding her as she struggled to breathe, to process the enormity of what had just happened. She was no longer in Eastwood, no longer bound by the ties of blood and loyalty that had shaped her life. Marcus turned his back on Elias, his shoulders rigid with barely contained anger. "You have made your choice," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "And now you must live with it. Don't expect us to welcome you back if you come crawling home." Elias's gaze softened, a look of both sorrow and acceptance in his eyes. "I understand, Father," he replied quietly. "But know this, I do not hate you. I only hope that, one day, you will see that love is stronger than the hatred that has kept us apart." With that, he turned to Leona, a faint smile touching his lips. "Shall we go?" She nodded, her heart pounding, a mixture of grief and relief swirling within her. Together, they walked away from the clearing, from the families who had defined them, from the legacies they had chosen to abandon. The path ahead was uncertain, the future filled with unknowns, but they walked with heads held high, side by side, their love a shield against the judgment of the world they had left behind. As they disappeared into the forest, the ancient oak stood silent, bearing witness to the moment that had forever altered the course of two families, a choice that would echo through the generations to come. The forest closed around them, its shadows stretching long and deep as Leona and Elias walked farther from the clearing, leaving their families, and the world they had known, behind. The reality of their decision settled heavily upon them, a bittersweet ache mingling with the exhilaration of freedom. They had shed the chains of loyalty, but in doing so, they had also lost the comfort of family, the familiar embrace of home. The future was theirs, but it was a future they would have to forge alone. They walked in silence, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves beneath their feet. The night air was cool, tinged with the earthy scent of damp soil and moss, the forest alive with the nocturnal songs of crickets and distant owls. Leona glanced at Elias, his profile etched in silver by the moonlight, his expression unreadable. She wondered if he, too, felt the sting of separation, the subtle, gnawing pain that comes with breaking ties to one's roots. Finally, as they reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight, Elias stopped and turned to her, his gaze intense. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice soft, yet carrying a weight of concern. Leona managed a faint smile, but there was a sadness in her eyes. "I don't know," she admitted. "I thought I would feel relieved. Free. And I do, but it's more complicated than I expected." Elias nodded, his gaze filled with a quiet understanding. "I feel it too," he said, reaching out to take her hands in his. "The grief. The loss. It's strange, isn't it? To leave behind everything we've ever known, even though we chose this path." She nodded, her fingers tightening around his, finding comfort in the warmth of his touch. "Yes. It's like a part of me is still back there, tied to my family, my past. And yet, I know this is where I'm meant to be. With you." Elias lifted her hands to his lips, brushing a soft kiss against her knuckles, his gaze never leaving hers. "Then let's carry them with us," he said, his voice filled with quiet resolve. "Our families, our memories, they'll always be a part of who we are. But they don't have to define us. We can take the best of what we've learned and leave the rest behind." Leona took a deep breath, letting his words sink in. She felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace she hadn't felt since they had left the village. Together, they could face whatever lay ahead. Together, they could build something new, something that was entirely their own. They spent the night in the clearing, wrapped in each other's arms, finding solace in the quiet rhythm of their breathing, the steady warmth of their bodies pressed close. The night passed in a blur of whispered promises and shared dreams, the weight of the past gradually giving way to the hope of the future. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they began to plan their journey. They would travel to the coast, a place neither of their families had influence, a place where they could start anew without fear of being discovered. It was a journey of several days, and they would have to be cautious, avoiding the larger towns and villages where they might be recognized. Their first days on the road were filled with an odd mixture of exhilaration and uncertainty. They traveled light, carrying only what they could fit in their small packs, sleeping under the stars or in the shelter of quiet groves. Their meals were simple, often foraged from the land or traded in small, rural villages where their faces were unfamiliar. The journey was challenging, but there was a beauty in its simplicity, a freedom they had never known before. For the first time, they were truly alone, free to be themselves without the weight of expectations or the prying eyes of family. They spoke of their dreams, their fears, their hopes for the future, finding solace in each other's presence, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. But as they moved closer to the coast, the reality of their situation began to settle upon them. They had left behind a life of privilege, a world where they had never wanted for anything, and now, they faced a future where every day was a struggle for survival. There were moments of doubt, flashes of fear that crept in during the quiet hours of the night, when the weight of their decision felt almost unbearable. One evening, as they sat by a small fire, sharing a simple meal of roasted vegetables and bread, Leona broke the silence, her gaze fixed on the flames. "Do you ever wonder if we made the right choice?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as though speaking the words aloud would make them too real. Elias looked at her, his expression thoughtful. "Sometimes," he admitted, his voice soft. "But then I remember what it felt like back there, being forced to live by rules I didn't believe in, being told who I could be, who I could love." He reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "And I remember that I'd rather face every challenge with you by my side than live a life of comfort without you." She looked at him, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. "I feel the same," she murmured, her hand covering his. "It's just harder than I imagined." He nodded, his gaze filled with a quiet understanding. "It is. But we'll get through it, Leona. We've already given up so much to be together. We can't give up now." His words strengthened her resolve, and she nodded, a faint smile playing at her lips. They had chosen this path, and they would face its challenges together, drawing strength from the love they had fought so hard to protect. As they neared the coast, they came upon a small seaside village, a place untouched by the rivalries and legacies of their families. The village was quiet, nestled between the cliffs and the sea, its buildings simple but sturdy, painted in shades of white and blue that reflected the ocean's hues. The people were friendly, their faces weathered by sun and salt, their lives centered around the rhythm of the tides and the bounty of the sea. They found a small, empty cottage on the edge of the village, nestled against a hillside overlooking the water. The owner, an elderly fisherman with a kind smile, offered it to them for a modest price, happy to see new faces in the village. With a sense of wonder, they settled into their new home, a place that was simple yet filled with possibility. The days passed in a blur of quiet tasks, fixing up the cottage, gathering supplies, learning the ways of the village. They found work helping the villagers with their daily tasks, Leona assisting in the small bakery, her hands covered in flour and dough, while Elias joined the fishermen, learning to navigate the waves and bring in the daily catch. Their new life was nothing like the world they had left behind, but in its simplicity, they found a peace they had never known. The village embraced them, accepting them as one of their own, and gradually, they began to feel a sense of belonging they hadn't thought possible. But even in this new life, shadows lingered. In quiet moments, memories of their families would surface, Reginald's stern gaze, Marcus's unforgiving stare, the faces of the siblings and cousins they had left behind. They wondered if their families ever thought of them, if they regretted their harsh words, if they would ever come to understand the love that had brought them together. And in the darkness, as they lay wrapped in each other's arms, they whispered dreams of a future where their families would one day accept them, where they could return without fear, where the love they had fought for could serve as a bridge between the Eastwoods and the Westgates. Yet, they knew that might be a dream they would never see realized. Their families had not chosen love. They had chosen pride, and in doing so, they had lost two of their own. But Leona and Elias held on to hope, a quiet, steady hope that perhaps, one day, the hatred that had defined their families for generations would give way to something new, something better. For now, they had each other, and that was enough. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as Leona and Elias slowly built a life for themselves in the small seaside village. They had traded the grandeur of their former estates for a simple cottage perched atop a hill, where the salty sea air drifted through their open windows and the sound of waves crashing against the shore became a soothing lullaby each night. Their new life was vastly different from the one they had left behind, but in its simplicity, they found a contentment they hadn't thought possible. In the mornings, Leona would rise with the first light of dawn, stepping out onto their small porch to watch the sun rise over the water, its rays casting a golden glow across the waves. She would breathe in the cool, briny air, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. There was a freedom here, a sense of belonging, that she had never known back in her family's estate. Elias would often join her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as they watched the sun climb higher into the sky. These quiet moments became their ritual, a reminder of the journey they had taken to be together, of the sacrifices they had made, and the life they were building, one day at a time. The villagers welcomed them warmly, their curiosity about the newcomers gradually giving way to acceptance as Leona and Elias became a part of their close-knit community. In time, they learned the villagers' names and stories, shared meals and laughter with them, and found a sense of family among these people who asked no questions and made no demands. Here, no one cared about the legacy of the Eastwoods or the Westgates. Here, they were simply Leona and Elias, a couple who had come seeking a fresh start by the sea. Leona found work in the village's small bakery, a humble building with whitewashed walls and a cozy interior filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and pastries. She enjoyed the rhythm of her days there, the soft kneading of dough beneath her hands, the warmth of the ovens, the smiles on the villagers' faces as they came to buy their daily bread. It was honest, fulfilling work, a far cry from the expectations and social obligations that had once dictated her life. Elias took to the sea, working alongside the fishermen who ventured out each morning in their wooden boats, their hands skilled and calloused from years of casting nets and hauling in their catch. The work was hard and demanding, but he found a sense of purpose in it, a satisfaction in the weight of the nets and the salty spray of the sea on his skin. Each night, he would return home, his arms tired but his heart light, a faint smile playing at his lips as he recounted the day's adventures. Their evenings were spent together, sharing simple meals by the fire, talking late into the night about their hopes and dreams, their fears and regrets. They spoke of the lives they had left behind, the family members they missed, the unanswered questions that lingered in their hearts. And in those quiet, intimate moments, they found strength in each other, a bond that grew deeper and stronger with each passing day. But even as they settled into this new life, there were moments when the weight of their past would creep in, casting long shadows over their happiness. They wondered, in the quiet hours of the night, if their families had ever tried to find them, if they would ever be forgiven for choosing love over loyalty. The villagers knew little of their story, and they were content to keep it that way, to let the past remain buried beneath the sands of the shore. One evening, as they sat on the beach, watching the sun dip below the horizon in a blaze of orange and pink, Elias broke the silence that had settled between them. "Do you ever think about going back?" he asked, his voice soft, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Leona was quiet for a moment, her fingers tracing patterns in the sand as she considered his question. Sometimes, she admitted, her voice barely more than a whisper. I think about my father, my brother, about what it would be like to see them again. But I know that if I did, they would try to pull me back, to convince me that leaving was a mistake. Elias nodded, his expression thoughtful. I feel the same. My father's pride would never allow him to admit he was wrong, but I wonder if he misses me. If, in some quiet moment, he regrets letting us go. They sat in silence, the waves lapping gently at the shore, the sky darkening as stars began to appear, one by one, like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky. The ache of leaving their families was a wound that had not yet healed, a constant reminder of the price they had paid for their freedom. But in each other's presence, they found solace, a reminder of why they had chosen this path. Leona reached out, her fingers intertwining with his. Even if we never see them again, even if they never understand. I don't regret it, she said, her voice filled with quiet conviction. Being here, with you, it's worth everything we've lost. Elias looked at her, his gaze filled with a tenderness that took her breath away. I feel the same, he murmured, lifting her hand to his lips and pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. You're my home now, Leona. And as long as we're together, I can face whatever comes. They stayed on the beach until the moon rose high above the water, its silvery light casting a gentle glow over the waves. The night was quiet, the village asleep, and for a moment, it felt as though they were the only two people in the world, bound by a love that was as fierce and enduring as the ocean before them. Over the months, they became an integral part of village life. They celebrated festivals with the villagers, danced by bonfires, shared in the joys and sorrows of their neighbors. They learned the local songs, the dances, the traditions that marked the passing of each season. It was a life they had never imagined for themselves, a life free from the burdens of legacy and expectation. But as they grew closer to the villagers, their hearts began to yearn for something more. They had built a life together, but the ache of their pasts lingered, the pain of family lost to pride and misunderstanding. They began to dream of a future that bridged the gap between their new life and the world they had left behind, a future where love could heal the wounds of the past, where forgiveness could mend the broken bonds of family. It was a dream that took root in their hearts, growing with each passing day, until they could no longer ignore it. One crisp autumn morning, as they sat together by the shore, watching the waves crash against the rocks, Elias spoke the words that had been lingering in their hearts. Leona, he began, his voice steady but filled with an emotion that made her heart race. I think it's time. She looked at him, her brow furrowing in confusion. Time for what? He took her hands, his gaze intense. Time to go back. To face our families, to tell them that we chose love, that we built a life together despite everything they tried to do to keep us apart. Her heart pounded, a mixture of fear and hope swirling within her. Elias, what if they still don't understand? What if they refuse to forgive us? He reached up, brushing a strand of hair from her face, his gaze filled with a quiet determination. Then at least we'll know we tried. We've built a life here, a good life, but I don't want to live the rest of our days wondering what could have been. I want to go back, even if it's just to make peace with the past. She looked into his eyes, seeing the strength and conviction that had drawn her to him in the first place, and she felt her own resolve harden. They had left out of necessity, out of a desire to be free from the chains of rivalry and expectation. But now, they were ready to return, not as the heirs to feuding families, but as two people who had forged a bond that could not be broken. Together, they would face whatever waited for them, knowing that their love was strong enough to withstand even the deepest wounds. And so, with the blessing of the villagers who had become their family, they set out on the journey back to their homeland, their hearts filled with both hope and trepidation. The road was long and difficult, the path winding through forests and fields, but they walked hand in hand, their love a constant source of strength and comfort. As they neared their homeland, familiar landscapes came into view, the rolling hills, the winding rivers, the ancient trees that had stood witness to generations of Eastwoods and Westgates. Memories flooded back, each step stirring a mixture of nostalgia and apprehension. They wondered how much had changed, if their families had moved on, if they would be welcomed or turned away. When they finally reached the village at the edge of Eastwood territory, they were met with curious stares and whispered greetings. News of their return spread quickly, and by the time they reached the heart of the village, a small crowd had gathered, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Leona's father, Reginald, was among them, his expression unreadable as he took in the sight of his daughter, standing hand in hand with Elias. He looked older, his hair streaked with gray, his face lined with the weight of years and responsibilities. But there was something else in his gaze, a flicker of emotion that Leona hadn't seen before. "Leona," he said, his voice rough with a mixture of anger and sorrow. "Why have you come back?" She took a deep breath, stepping forward, her gaze steady. "I came back to make peace, Father. To tell you that I chose love, that I built a life worth living. I didn't come to ask for forgiveness or approval. I came because I wanted you to know that I'm happy." Reginald's jaw tightened, his gaze flickering to Elias, who stood by her side, his expression calm but resolute. "And you, Elias?" Reginald asked, his tone sharp. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Elias met his gaze, his voice steady. "I came because I wanted to show you that your daughter and I have built something real, something strong. We chose each other, and I will stand by her, no matter what." Reginald was silent, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. And then, to everyone's surprise, he took a step back, his shoulders slumping as he released a long, weary sigh. "Maybe," he murmured, his voice barely audible, "maybe it's time we let go of the past." A stunned silence fell over the crowd, the weight of his words settling over them like a balm, a release from the chains that had bound them for so long. And as Leona looked into her father's eyes, she saw, for the first time, the possibility of forgiveness, of healing, of a future where love could mend even the deepest wounds. The air was thick with tension as Leona held her father's gaze, a flicker of something softening his usually stern expression. The village square was quiet, even the wind seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the weight of the moment. Her father's words had stunned everyone, including Leona. She had returned with no expectations of acceptance, ready to stand firm with Elias regardless of her family's response. Yet here was Reginald, her father, proud, unyielding Reginald Eastwood, suggesting that perhaps, after years of bitterness, there was room to let go. Elias remained at her side, his hand steady in hers, a silent anchor amid the storm of emotions swirling within her. They exchanged a brief glance, and in his eyes, she saw the same mixture of hope and trepidation that mirrored her own. This was what they had longed for, and yet, as her father stood before her with lines of weariness etched across his face, Leona felt the complex threads of loyalty, love, and history weave together, tugging at her heart. After a moment, she took a tentative step forward, her voice soft but resolute. "Father, I know our choice hurt you. I know it defied everything you taught us, everything you've worked to preserve. But Elias and I, we've built something that I hope one day you can understand. We didn't choose this path lightly." Reginald's gaze flickered, as if torn between the old wounds of pride and a yearning for something that had once seemed impossible. He nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to Elias, measuring him, assessing the man who had taken his daughter's heart and shattered the rivalry that had defined their families for generations. Elias met Reginald's stare with quiet confidence. "Sir, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only ask that you see your daughter as she is now, happy, fulfilled, and free. I may not be the man you imagined for her, but I will always stand by her. I will protect her, honor her, and cherish her, as I have since the day we chose each other. Reginald's expression softened, his rigid shoulders sagging under the weight of years. He glanced at the villagers, their faces a blend of surprise and curiosity, each one watching this family drama unfold with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. At last, Reginald turned back to Leona and Elias, letting out a sigh that seemed to carry a lifetime's worth of frustration, regret, and perhaps surrender. There was a time, he said, his voice tinged with a deep, melancholic tone, when I believed loyalty to family meant holding on to grudges, clinging to traditions without question. But seeing you both here, united, I realize now that perhaps loyalty can mean something else. It can mean choosing love, even when it's difficult. It can mean forgiveness. Leona felt a swell of emotion rise within her, a tightness in her chest that made it hard to breathe. She had never heard her father speak of forgiveness. His world had always been one of unyielding rules, of boundaries that could not be crossed. And yet here he was, on the edge of something that might be reconciliation. Reginald's hand trembled slightly as he reached out, and for a moment, Leona wondered if he would pull it back. But then, his fingers brushed her shoulder, a tentative gesture, one that spoke of both acceptance and fragility. She felt the familiar warmth of his touch, a touch she had longed for in the quiet moments since she left. Tears pricked at her eyes, but she blinked them back, savoring this fragile connection. "Leona," he said quietly, his voice barely audible above the murmur of the gathered villagers. "I don't know if I can forget everything that's happened, but I can try to understand. You are my daughter, and you have always been strong-willed. I may not agree with your choices, but I respect them." Leona felt the knot of tension inside her begin to unravel. She took her father's hand, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Father. That means more to me than you know." Reginald nodded, his gaze turning to Elias, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "And you, Elias. If you promise to protect my daughter, then I will accept you as family. I may not be ready to embrace you as a son-in-law just yet," he added with a hint of his old gruffness, "but I will not stand in the way of your happiness." Elias inclined his head respectfully, gratitude evident in his expression. "Thank you, sir. I don't take that lightly. I am honored." A faint ripple of murmurs moved through the villagers, the tension in the square beginning to dissolve, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism. But as the Eastwoods began to make peace, there was still another side to the story, another family that had not yet spoken. Leona's heart quickened as she turned her gaze toward the figures gathered at the opposite side of the square, where Marcus Westgate stood with his arms crossed, his face impassive. Elias's mother, Elaine, stood beside him, her expression unreadable, though her eyes held a glimmer of pain and hesitation. The Westgates had always been proud, stubborn, as deeply rooted in their ways as the Eastwoods. Elias took a breath and stepped forward, facing his father. "Father," he began, his voice steady though his gaze was shadowed with an intensity that betrayed the emotions simmering beneath the surface. "I know you never wanted this for me. I know you see this as a betrayal of everything we stand for. But I ask you, if you have ever loved me, if you've ever wanted my happiness, allow us this. Accept that I've made my choice." Marcus's face remained stoic, his jaw clenched, his eyes hard. For a long, tense moment, he said nothing, and Leona feared that he would refuse to yield, that he would let pride overshadow the chance for reconciliation. But then, slowly, something shifted in his expression, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through the mask he had worn for so long. Elias, Marcus said, his voice rough, as if the words were being dragged from some deep, reluctant place. You were my pride. My firstborn. I wanted you to carry on our legacy, to uphold the honor of the Westgate name. He paused, his gaze softening slightly as he looked at Elias, as if seeing his son for the first time in years. But if this is the life you've chosen, then I won't stand in your way. Elias's face softened, relief and gratitude mingling with the lingering pain of a relationship strained by years of misunderstanding. He took a step closer, his voice quiet. Thank you, Father. I know this isn't easy for you, but I hope one day you'll come to see that this isn't a rejection of our family. It's a chance for something new. Marcus nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to Leona. I can't promise acceptance overnight, he said gruffly. But, for my son's sake, I am willing to try. Leona inclined her head, a small smile of gratitude on her lips. Thank you, Mr. Westgate. That means more than you know. Elias's mother, Elaine, stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She took her son's hand, her voice thick with emotion. I always wanted you to be happy, Elias, she said, her voice trembling. I may not understand this love you and Leona share, but if it brings you joy, then I will stand by you. Elias's hand tightened around his mother's, his voice a mixture of relief and tenderness. Thank you, Mother. That's all I've ever wanted. With these words, the years of resentment and rivalry that had divided their families began to soften, the bitterness dissolving under the warmth of tentative acceptance. It was not an easy reconciliation. There were still wounds to be healed, pride to be swallowed, old grudges to be set aside. But it was a beginning. The villagers, sensing the significance of the moment, let out a quiet cheer, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and joy. They had seen these two families tear each other apart for years, had witnessed the toll it had taken on their children, their lives. And now, here, in the heart of the village, a fragile peace had been forged, one built on the love that had defied everything. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the square, Leona and Elias stood hand in hand, feeling the weight of the moment settle upon them. They had taken the first steps toward healing, had bridged the divide that had separated their families for generations. It would take time, patience, and forgiveness, but they were ready to face it together. That night, as they walked back to their small cottage on the edge of the village, Leona felt a sense of peace she hadn't known in years. The journey had been long and difficult, filled with pain and sacrifice, but standing here with Elias, the man who had changed her life, she knew it had all been worth it. She looked up at him, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. Do you think we can really make this work? She asked softly, her voice filled with hope. Elias smiled, pulling her close, his eyes warm and filled with a quiet strength. I believe we can. It won't be easy, but we've come this far. We've proven that love can conquer even the deepest divides. They stood together in the twilight, wrapped in each other's arms, the weight of their family's expectations finally lifted. In that moment, they were not heirs to rival legacies, nor were they bound by the chains of loyalty or duty. They were simply Leona and Elias, two souls who had found each other against all odds, and who had chosen love over fear, unity over division. And as they looked out over the village, the place that had become their sanctuary, they knew that they were no longer defined by the past. They had forged a new path, one filled with promise, one that would serve as a testament to the power of love and forgiveness. In each other's embrace, they felt the quiet certainty of a future built not on rivalry or resentment, but on compassion and understanding, a future that was entirely their own. In the days that followed the unexpected reconciliation, Leona and Elias settled back into their lives in the village. It was as if a veil had been lifted, the villagers greeted them with new warmth, a quiet respect that hadn't been there before. Word of their courage, of how they had chosen each other over the legacy of rivalry, spread, and people began to see them not as the children of feuding families, but as a couple who had redefined what it meant to love. Yet, while the initial reunion had sown seeds of peace, there was still much work to be done. The wounds of the past could not be healed in a single afternoon, and both the Eastwoods and the Westgates struggled to adapt to this new reality. Generations of resentment didn't simply vanish overnight, and many in both families found it difficult to let go of the grudges that had shaped their lives. Leona's father, Reginald, was one of the first to reach out. He visited their cottage one crisp autumn morning, his presence looming in the doorway like a ghost from another life. He looked older, his shoulders slightly stooped, his once imposing figure softened by age and perhaps a touch of humility. He had brought a basket filled with freshly baked bread and preserves, a gift that spoke more of his love than any words he could have offered. "Leona," he greeted, his voice thick with emotion. "I hope I'm not intruding." She smiled, a warmth filling her chest. "Of course not, Father. Please, come in." Reginald stepped inside, glancing around their modest home. It was a far cry from the grand estate where Leona had grown up, but there was a beauty in its simplicity, a sense of peace that seemed to settle over him as he took in the cozy, sunlit space. "Your mother sends her love," he said quietly, his gaze lingering on a small bouquet of wildflowers resting on the table, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the formality of his visit. "She wanted to come herself, but, well, you know how she is." Leona nodded, understanding the complexities that lay behind his words. Her mother had always been proud, reserved, her loyalty to the family almost as fierce as her love. Accepting Leona's choice would be a journey in itself, one that would require time and patience. But knowing that her mother had sent her love, even indirectly, was a balm to her heart. "Thank you, Father," she said softly, touching his hand. "Please tell her that I miss her." Reginald's gaze softened, a flicker of regret crossing his face. "I will." He cleared his throat, as if steeling himself for what he wanted to say. "Leona, I was wrong. I see that now. I was so focused on preserving the family's legacy, on holding on to the past, that I forgot what truly mattered. I forgot that your happiness matters." She looked at him, her eyes filling with tears as she reached out to embrace him. It was the first time in years that they had held each other, the years of estrangement melting away as they stood in silence, father and daughter united by a love that had endured despite the years of distance and misunderstanding. "I forgive you, Father," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "I know it wasn't easy, but I'm grateful you're here." They shared a quiet meal together, Elias joining them at the table, the three of them talking about the village, about life by the sea, about the future they hoped to build. It was a tentative step toward healing, but it was a step nonetheless, and Leona felt a renewed sense of hope as she watched her father and Elias converse, the lines between Eastwood and Westgate blurring, if only for a few moments. As the weeks passed, others began to follow Reginald's example. Elias's mother, Elaine, visited often, bringing small gifts and sharing stories from the Westgate estate. She spoke with a warmth that Leona hadn't seen before, a softness that hinted at the quiet relief she felt now that her son's happiness was no longer a point of contention. She marveled at their life in the village, often commenting on the tranquility of the sea, the simplicity of their home. Elias's father, Marcus, was slower to reach out. Proud and stubborn, he struggled with the notion that his son had chosen love over family duty, that he had defied expectations to follow his heart. But Marcus, too, could not ignore the softening in his wife's demeanor, nor could he deny the peace that had settled over the village since the reconciliation began. After weeks of silence, He finally visited, arriving unannounced one afternoon, his expression guarded yet tinged with a reluctant warmth. Elias greeted him with respect, ushering him inside. There was an awkward tension as they sat together, the silence stretching as Marcus looked around, his gaze taking in the modest furnishings, the simple beauty of the home his son had made. At last, he cleared his throat, his voice rough but sincere. "You've done well, Elias," he said, the admission coming with visible difficulty. "I may not agree with your choices, but I see now that you've found something worth holding on to." Elias nodded, a quiet gratitude in his expression. "Thank you, Father. That means more than you know." The visit was brief, their conversation stilted, but the fact that Marcus had come at all was a breakthrough. Over the following months, he returned several times, each visit marked by a gradual thawing of his demeanor, his words tinged with a reluctant respect for the life his son had chosen. As the families slowly began to reconcile, Leona and Elias found themselves at the center of a newfound unity, their love a bridge that spanned years of animosity and mistrust. They hosted small gatherings at their cottage, inviting members of both families to share meals, to talk, to laugh. The gatherings were simple affairs, the food humble, the company a mix of hesitant family members and friendly villagers who had come to know Leona and Elias as one of their own. At first, there was an awkwardness, a lingering hesitation as Eastwoods and Westgates navigated the fragile peace. But as they shared meals, exchanged stories, and found common ground, the barriers began to dissolve. Cousins who had once viewed each other with suspicion shared laughter over village games, aunts who had harbored decades-old grudges chatted over tea, and uncles who had fought to keep the families apart clinked glasses in reluctant but genuine toasts. Leona's younger brother, Thomas, was among the last to accept the change. He had been vocal in his opposition, staunchly loyal to the Eastwood name, and had refused to attend any of the gatherings at first. But over time, he, too, felt the subtle shift in the family dynamic, the softening of old hostilities. He began to visit their cottage, at first under the guise of bringing supplies from the estate, but gradually staying longer each time, engaging in conversation, listening to his sister's stories of village life. One evening, as they sat together by the fire, Thomas turned to Leona, his expression hesitant. "I never understood why you left," he admitted, his voice laced with regret. I thought you were betraying us. But now, seeing the peace it's brought, I can see that you were right." Leona reached for his hand, squeezing it gently. "It wasn't an easy choice, Thomas. I missed you every day. But I had to follow my heart, and I'm grateful you're here now." He nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "I suppose I owe Elias an apology." Across the room, Elias caught his gaze, nodding in quiet acceptance, a bond forming between them that transcended the past. As the seasons changed, the peace that had begun in the village spread throughout the neighboring lands, the tale of Leona and Elias becoming a symbol of hope, a story whispered in towns and villages, a reminder that love could heal even the deepest wounds. The Eastwoods and the Westgates began to interact with a sense of newfound respect, collaborating on village projects, supporting one another in times of need. The rivalry that had once defined them became a relic of the past, replaced by a sense of community, of shared purpose. Leona and Elias continued their work in the village, their lives woven into the fabric of the community. They found joy in the simplicity of their days, the rhythm of the sea, the laughter of their neighbors. Their love, once a source of contention, became a quiet testament to the power of forgiveness, of choosing a different path. And as they watched the families they had once feared would never reconcile come together in shared laughter and friendship, they knew that their journey, the hardships, the sacrifices, the choices that had led them here, had been worth every moment. One evening, as the sun set over the sea, casting a warm glow over the village. Leona and Elias sat on the beach, their fingers intertwined as they watched the waves roll in. The sky was painted in hues of pink and orange, the air filled with the soft cries of gulls. They were quiet, content to simply be, their hearts full, their lives whole. "Do you ever regret it?" Elias asked, his voice a gentle murmur, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Leona looked at him, a soft smile touching her lips. "Not for a single moment," she replied, her voice filled with quiet conviction. "I would choose this life, this love, over and over again." He smiled, lifting her hand to his lips. "So would I." They sat together, the world around them fading into the gentle embrace of twilight. In that moment, they knew that they had built something rare and beautiful, a legacy not of rivalry or resentment, but of love, of forgiveness, of hope. And as the stars began to twinkle in the sky above, they knew that their story was far from over. They had carved out a life that was theirs alone, a life built on courage and compassion, a life that would inspire generations to come. In each other's arms, they found the peace they had sought for so long, a peace that would endure, as timeless and unbreakable as the ocean that stretched out before them. As the years passed, the village by the sea became more than just a refuge for Leona and Elias. It grew into a place of hope and renewal, a beacon of unity that drew people from both the Eastwood and Westgate lands. Over time, former lines of division began to dissolve, and the two families slowly merged into a cohesive community bound by mutual respect and shared purpose. What had once been whispers of scandal had turned into a celebrated story of courage and change, a story that inspired others to choose love and forgiveness over the weight of grudges and tradition. For Leona and Elias, the journey was one of continuous learning and adaptation. With each passing season, they came to understand that their union was not only a gift to themselves but also a gift to their families and to the generations yet to come. They had transformed the legacy of rivalry into one of compassion and resilience, and as they did so, they discovered a shared vision for their future, to create a place where both Eastwoods and Westgates, and anyone else who wished to join, could thrive together. This vision began to take shape in practical ways. Elias, who had learned the skills of the sea from the village fishermen, saw an opportunity to create a thriving trade that could benefit both families. He started a small fishing cooperative, inviting both Eastwoods and Westgates to participate, encouraging them to work side by side. Initially, there was hesitation, old habits and suspicions took time to overcome. But with Elias's steady leadership and his insistence on fairness and equal opportunity, the cooperative grew, bringing prosperity to families who had once viewed each other as adversaries. Leona, too, found her calling within the village. She had always enjoyed her work at the bakery, but as the cooperative flourished and more families joined the community, she realized there was an opportunity to teach new skills to the women and young people of the village. She started small, holding classes in their cottage, teaching everything from baking to weaving and even basic literacy. Her gatherings soon became a hub of activity, a place where people from different backgrounds came together to learn, to laugh, and to support each other. Friendships formed, and the old animosities faded into memories, softened by the goodwill that had begun to take root. One day, as they strolled through the village together, Leona turned to Elias, her gaze thoughtful. "It's amazing, isn't it? How far we've come." Elias smiled, his arm wrapped around her shoulders. "It is. Sometimes, I can hardly believe it myself. I never imagined our lives would look like this, that our families could work side by side, that we'd be here, building something new." Leona nodded, glancing around at the bustling activity that had become a part of their daily lives. Children played in the streets, young men and women learned trades, and families gathered at the marketplace, trading goods and sharing stories. It was a scene of harmony, a stark contrast to the tension and hostility that had once defined their families' interactions. What if we took it even further? Leona said, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Elias raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you have in mind? What if we built a school here? She proposed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. A place where young people from both families, and from beyond our lands, could learn and grow together, without the old barriers holding them back. We could teach them more than just trades and skills. We could teach them the values that brought us here, understanding, respect, and compassion. Elias looked at her, his expression softening with admiration. Leona, that's a beautiful idea. A school could change everything. It would give these children a chance to learn without the weight of family expectations, without being bound by the past. They spent the following months laying the groundwork for the school, using their cottage as a temporary meeting place to gather materials and plan the structure. The village rallied around them, eager to support this vision of a shared future. Reginald Eastwood, who had been one of the first to embrace the change, offered to help with the funding, his support a testament to how far he had come since that first, hesitant meeting years ago. Elias's mother, Elaine, donated books from the Westgate Estate's library, adding a touch of history to the school's foundation. Finally, with the collective effort of the village, the school was completed. It stood on a hill overlooking the sea, a modest building with large windows that let in the sunlight, filling the rooms with warmth and light. It was named the Haven Academy, a tribute to the peace and sanctuary Leona and Elias had found in the village. The day the school opened, families from all around the region gathered to celebrate. Leona and Elias stood at the entrance, watching as children from every background filed into the classrooms, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. The sight filled them with a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that their struggles and sacrifices had been worth it. One of the first students to attend the academy was Thomas, Leona's younger brother, who had grown into a thoughtful, resilient young man. He had initially struggled to let go of the old grudges, but over time, he had come to admire his sister's courage and resolve. Now, he was among the academy's most dedicated students, eager to learn and to contribute to the community his sister and Elias had helped build. Watching Thomas walk into the academy, Elias felt a surge of pride. He knew that the future of the Eastwoods and the Westgates lay not in rivalry, but in unity, in the hands of the young people who would carry forward the legacy of compassion and understanding they had worked so hard to cultivate. As the months passed, the Haven Academy became a cornerstone of the village. It attracted not only local families but also visitors from neighboring regions who wanted to be part of this unique community. The academy taught traditional subjects, but it also emphasized lessons in ethics, empathy, and conflict resolution. Leona and Elias often spoke to the students about their own journey, using their story as an example of the power of love and forgiveness. Their own family members also began to play a role in the academy. Reginald became a guest lecturer, sharing his knowledge of agriculture and land stewardship with the students, his pride in his daughter's achievements evident to all who saw him. Marcus, though slower to participate, began attending events at the academy, quietly observing the changes his son and daughter-in-law had wrought, his heart softened by the peace they had created. Even the villagers who had once viewed the Eastwoods and Westgates as outsiders came to embrace them as integral members of the community. Leona and Elias had brought prosperity and harmony to the village, and in turn, the villagers welcomed them as family, as friends, as leaders who had transformed the village into a place of hope and possibility. One evening, as they sat together on the porch of their cottage, Elias reached for Leona's hand, his gaze thoughtful. "I never thought our lives would look like this," he murmured, his voice filled with awe. "We set out just wanting to be together, and somehow, we've built an entire community." Leona smiled, her fingers lacing through his. "I think that's what happens when you follow your heart," she replied softly. "It leads you to places you never expected, to people you didn't know you needed. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the village settle into the evening, the lights from the cottages flickering like stars against the darkening sky. In the distance, they could hear the soft laughter of children, the murmur of families gathered around their hearths, the quiet hum of a community that had grown from the seeds of forgiveness and love. Over time, the Haven Academy produced young leaders who carried forward the values instilled by Leona and Elias. These children, born into a world where the rivalry between Eastwoods and Westgates was merely a tale told in history lessons, grew up with a sense of unity, a shared identity rooted in the belief that love was stronger than hate, that understanding could bridge even the deepest divides. As they watched their vision unfold, Leona and Elias felt a quiet satisfaction, a deep contentment that went beyond personal happiness. They had transformed their legacy into one of hope, leaving behind a foundation that would endure for generations to come. Years later, when they looked back on their journey, from the moonlit garden where they had first discovered their love to the thriving village by the sea, they saw it not as a series of sacrifices but as a tapestry woven with purpose and meaning. They had taken a risk, defied convention, and in doing so, had crafted a story that would outlast them both. And as they stood together, watching the waves crash against the shore, they knew that their love had not only changed their lives, it had changed the world around them, leaving a legacy of unity, resilience, and peace. They had built a home not just for themselves, but for all who sought a life free from the chains of hatred and division. In each other's arms, they found not only love, but a sense of belonging, of destiny fulfilled. The village, the academy, the community, they were all part of the enduring legacy of Leona and Elias, two souls who had chosen to rewrite their fate, to transform the future, and to show the world that love, indeed, conquers all. Years rolled by, each one deepening the bonds within the village and strengthening the shared vision that Leona and Elias had sparked. The Haven Academy flourished, growing from a modest school into a respected institution. Students traveled from nearby regions, some walking days to learn in a place where knowledge, compassion, and community were the foundation. What had begun as a dream had blossomed into a thriving, transformative environment that bridged people from all walks of life. As Leona and Elias grew older, they witnessed the impact of their work in ways they hadn't anticipated. Former students returned as teachers, eager to give back to the community that had shaped them. The village had expanded, with new homes and shops, bustling marketplaces, and a steady influx of people drawn by the promise of unity and growth. But the most rewarding change for Leona and Elias was seeing how the divisions between the Eastwoods and Westgates had faded, replaced by a single, collective identity bound by shared purpose. On one particularly warm summer evening, the village gathered for a festival, an annual celebration of peace and prosperity that had become a cherished tradition. Leona and Elias stood side by side at the edge of the square, watching families, friends, and neighbors dance and laugh around a large bonfire, the flames casting a warm glow over familiar faces. Children ran in circles, playing games, and the sound of music filled the air, accompanied by the gentle hum of voices in harmony. Elias leaned toward Leona, his voice low. "Remember when we used to meet under the full moon, hiding in the shadows? I never imagined this is where we'd end up." Leona chuckled softly, her eyes bright with nostalgia. "If someone had told me then that we'd be hosting a festival for both families to celebrate together, I'd have called them mad." She shook her head, a smile touching her lips. "But this feels right. Like we were meant to be here, to create this." As the evening wore on, Reginald Eastwood approached them, his face softened by age and peace. He held a glass in his hand, raising it toward the couple with a proud smile. To Leona and Elias, he said, his voice strong and filled with warmth, "Your love brought us together. You've given this village more than I ever thought possible." His words touched them deeply, and Leona felt a rush of gratitude toward her father. Time had changed him, softened the rigid pride that once defined him. He had become a part of the village's heartbeat, one of its most respected elders, a role that suited him with a dignity that transcended his former life. "Thank you, Father," Leona replied, her voice filled with emotion. "I never thought we'd all be here together, but I'm so grateful we are." Reginald nodded, his gaze drifting to the crowd, his face reflective. "When you left, I thought I'd lost you forever. But now, looking around, I realize you brought us all back together. You saved our family, Leona. You and Elias gave us something I couldn't have imagined." Elias placed a hand on Reginald's shoulder, his voice soft. "None of this would have been possible without your willingness to change, Reginald. We couldn't have built this without your support." Reginald gave a small, appreciative nod, a rare smile gracing his features. "Perhaps," he murmured, "but it was your courage that showed me the way." Sometimes, it takes the young to remind the old of what truly matters. As the night wore on, the festivities continued, and Leona and Elias mingled with friends and family, laughing and celebrating the life they had built. Thomas, Leona's younger brother, danced with his own family now, a joyful glint in his eyes as he twirled his young daughter in his arms. Leona watched him, a swell of pride filling her heart. He had grown into a man of integrity, open-hearted and wise, and she felt an overwhelming gratitude that he had become part of the vision they had worked so hard to create. As the crowd began to thin and the night grew quiet, Leona and Elias walked hand in hand back toward their cottage, the warm glow of lanterns lighting their path. The village was peaceful, the sounds of the festival lingering in the air like a gentle echo. They moved through the familiar streets, each corner and pathway etched with memories of their journey. When they reached their cottage, they sat together on the porch, watching the stars blink above them, their light soft and serene. "Sometimes I wonder," Elias began, his gaze fixed on the night sky, "what life would have been like if we'd stayed with our families, followed their rules instead of our hearts. Do you think we would have been happy?" Leona was quiet for a moment, considering his words. She thought of the life they had left behind, the path that had once been laid out before them, a life of duty, tradition, and rigid expectations. It was a life she had once believed she was destined for, but now, looking back, it felt like a distant dream, a world that no longer held any meaning. "No," she replied finally, her voice soft but certain. "I think we would have always felt that something was missing. We would have been safe, maybe, but I don't think we would have known true happiness." She looked at him, a tender smile playing at her lips. "You gave me a life I never thought possible, Elias. You showed me that love can be stronger than duty, that we can build our own future." He smiled, reaching for her hand, their fingers intertwining in a familiar, comforting gesture. "And you gave me courage, Leona. You made me believe that we could create something lasting, something bigger than ourselves." They sat in comfortable silence, each lost in thoughts of their journey, of the challenges they had faced and the love that had carried them through. They knew that their story had become a part of the village's history, a tale of hope and resilience that would be passed down to future generations. And as they watched the stars together, they felt a profound sense of peace, a certainty that they had found the place where they truly belonged. Over the next few years, Leona and Elias's influence continued to shape the village. The Haven Academy expanded, offering new programs in medicine, agriculture, and philosophy. They invited teachers from distant regions, scholars and artisans who brought fresh ideas and skills. The village grew into a hub of learning and innovation, attracting visitors and new residents, all drawn by the sense of possibility that permeated the air. As their children grew older, Leona and Elias instilled in them the same values that had guided their own lives: compassion, courage, and the importance of understanding. Their children, raised in an environment that celebrated unity and diversity, carried forward their legacy with a confidence and openness that inspired all who met them. One autumn, as the leaves turned a brilliant shade of gold, the village gathered for a dedication ceremony at the Haven Academy. A new wing had been added, a library filled with books on every subject, from history to philosophy, art to science. It was the largest collection in the region, a testament to the village's commitment to learning and growth. The dedication ceremony was led by Leona and Elias, who stood before the crowd, their hands clasped, their faces glowing with pride. The library was named the Hall of Unity, a tribute to the bond that had transformed their lives and healed their families. As they cut the ribbon and opened the doors, the crowd erupted into applause, families from every background gathering to celebrate this new chapter in the village's story. Children ran eagerly into the library, their eyes wide with wonder as they explored the shelves, the endless world of knowledge laid out before them. Leona and Elias stood back, watching the scene with quiet joy. They knew that they had planted seeds that would grow for generations to come, that the village would continue to flourish, its people united by the values they had worked so hard to instill. As the day drew to a close, Reginald approached them, his face lined with age but softened by a deep contentment. He placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, his voice filled with pride. "You've built something extraordinary, Leona," he said, his gaze shifting to Elias. "You both have. This village, this academy, it's a gift, a legacy that will endure long after we're gone." Leona smiled, her eyes misty with emotion. "It was all worth it, Father. Every risk, every challenge, it led us here." Reginald nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I never thought I'd live to see this. But I'm grateful I did. You've given our family a new beginning, a future we can be proud of." As he walked away, Leona and Elias exchanged a glance, their hearts full. They had defied convention, choosing a path that had once seemed impossible, and in doing so, they had transformed not only their own lives but the lives of everyone around them. As night fell, the village settled into a peaceful silence, the stars shining brightly above, a reminder of the vastness of the world, of the endless possibilities that lay before them. And as they returned to their cottage, Leona and Elias knew that they had created a legacy that would endure, a legacy of love, unity, and hope, a legacy that would light the way for generations to come. As the years passed, Leona and Elias found themselves entering a quieter phase of life. The village they had helped to build was thriving, filled with families who had come from both near and far to be part of the legacy they'd created. Their children, now grown, had taken on many of the responsibilities that Leona and Elias had once carried. They led classes at the Haven Academy, organized village events, and managed the cooperative, ensuring that the values their parents had championed continued to shape the community. Leona and Elias spent their days in peaceful contentment, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Their lives had become a testament to the power of love and resilience, a reminder to all who knew them that one decision, one act of courage, could transform not only their own lives but the lives of countless others. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves swirled around their feet, Leona and Elias took a walk through the village, their pace slower than it had once been but filled with a quiet joy. They passed the marketplace, where vendors called out cheerfully to one another, children played in the sunlit streets, and friends gathered to share stories and laughter. It was a vibrant, bustling scene, one that warmed their hearts as they saw the legacy of peace and unity that had blossomed from their early struggles. As they continued their walk, they came upon a young couple sitting by the edge of the village well. They recognized the pair as students from the Haven Academy, both from different regions, drawn together by shared dreams and aspirations. The young couple looked up as Leona and Elias approached, smiles spreading across their faces. "Mr. and Mrs. Westgate," the young man said, standing and offering a respectful nod. We didn't expect to see you here today. Leona chuckled softly, waving away his formality. Oh, please, call us Leona and Elias. Titles don't mean much to us anymore. The young woman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she spoke. We've learned so much about you from the teachers and villagers. Your story, it's inspired us in ways I can't put into words. Elias smiled, a warm, knowing look in his eyes. And what has our story inspired you to do? He asked, genuinely curious. The young man looked at the young woman beside him, their hands intertwined, their faces filled with hope and determination. To build something together, he replied, his voice earnest. To work for something greater than ourselves. We've both come from places where there was tension, division, and we want to create a life that transcends all of that, like you did. Leona's heart swelled with pride as she listened. She could see pieces of her own journey in these young people, echoes of the choices and challenges she and Elias had faced. She glanced at her husband, a silent understanding passing between them, a reminder of the impact they'd made. She placed a gentle hand on the young woman's shoulder, her voice soft but filled with conviction. It takes courage to go against the expectations of your family, of society. But if you trust each other, if you build your life on a foundation of respect and love, you'll find a strength you didn't know you had. Never be afraid to choose a path that feels right in your heart. The young couple nodded, their eyes bright with gratitude. Thank you, the young man said. We won't forget your words. As they walked away, Leona and Elias shared a quiet smile, knowing that their legacy would live on in the lives of others who, like them, had chosen love and unity over division. They continued their stroll through the village, passing by the Haven Academy, where groups of children gathered in circles on the lawn, listening intently to one of the teachers as she told them stories from history and legend. The sight reminded Leona of the first days of the academy, when she and Elias had held classes in their small cottage, teaching the children of the village how to read, write, and dream of a future beyond the limitations of the past. Now, the academy was a thriving institution, with teachers and students from all over the region, each one contributing to the community in ways that enriched the village and brought people together. They wandered into the academy's library, where rows of bookshelves stretched from wall to wall, each filled with volumes donated by families, scholars, and travelers who had visited over the years. As they walked through the library, a young girl approached them, holding a thick, leather-bound book with an eager expression on her face. Mr. Elias, Mrs. Leona, she said, her voice filled with excitement, can you tell me a story? One of the stories about the village? Elias knelt down, his eyes twinkling as he spoke. Which story would you like to hear? The girl thought for a moment, her face scrunched in concentration. Tell me about how you and Mrs. Leona met. How you brought everyone together. Leona exchanged a glance with Elias, a knowing smile passing between them. Ah, our story, she said softly. It's one that's been told many times, but we're always happy to tell it again. They settled on a nearby bench, the young girl sitting cross-legged before them, her eyes wide with anticipation. As Leona began to recount the tale, she felt a familiar warmth settle over her, a sense of gratitude for the journey they had shared. She spoke of the first night they had met in the moonlit garden, the risks they had taken to be together, and the sacrifices they had made to create a life built on unity and peace. Elias added his own memories, sharing the challenges they had faced, the difficult decisions they had made, and the strength they had found in each other. He spoke of the families who had once been rivals but had become neighbors and friends, united by a shared vision of compassion and respect. When they finished, the young girl looked up at them, her eyes filled with wonder. I want to do something like that one day, she said earnestly. I want to bring people together, just like you did. Leona reached out, touching the girl's hand with a gentle smile. Then you will, my dear. Every act of kindness, every choice to forgive, brings people closer. It's a gift you can share with the world." The girl beamed, clutching the book to her chest as she ran off, her steps light and filled with purpose. As they watched her go, Elias turned to Leona, his voice filled with admiration. "You know, our story will outlast us. It's in these children, in the walls of this academy, in every person who chooses peace over conflict." Leona nodded, her heart swelling with a mixture of pride and humility. "We've built something that will endure," she murmured. "A place where people can live freely, love openly, and find peace together. It's more than I ever dreamed." Over the following years, Leona and Elias continued to share their wisdom with the younger generations, their lives becoming a source of guidance and inspiration for those who came to the village. They watched as their children and grandchildren carried forward the legacy of love, compassion, and unity, each generation adding its own stories, its own contributions to the village's ever-growing tapestry. The village itself grew beyond its original boundaries, becoming a place where people from all backgrounds came to learn, to work, and to live in harmony. It was no longer just a village, it had become a community, a sanctuary, and a beacon of hope in a world that often seemed divided. The values that Leona and Elias had championed, understanding, empathy, resilience, had become woven into the fabric of the village, guiding its people through both prosperous and challenging times. As they grew older, Leona and Elias found comfort in the knowledge that their legacy was secure. They had created something that would continue to thrive long after they were gone, a testament to the power of love to heal and transform. They knew that their story, once a tale of forbidden love and rebellion, had become a story of renewal, of two people who had dared to choose a different path and had changed the world around them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the village, Leona and Elias sat together on their porch, watching the sky turn shades of pink and orange. The village was quiet, a peaceful hush settling over the landscape, and they sat in comfortable silence, each lost in memories of their journey. As the first stars appeared in the sky, Elias reached for Leona's hand, his voice soft. "We did it, didn't we? We created something beautiful." Leona smiled, her heart full. "Yes," she replied, her voice filled with contentment. "We built a life that was truly ours. A life filled with love and purpose." They sat together, their hands intertwined, their hearts at peace. They had spent a lifetime building a legacy of compassion, a legacy that would continue to inspire and guide those who came after them. And as they watched the stars blink into existence above, they knew that their story was far from over. It would live on in the lives they had touched, in the community they had built, and in the love that had bound them together, enduring, timeless, and unbreakable. As the seasons continued to turn, Leona and Elias grew older, their steps slower and their hair touched with silver. The village, now thriving beyond their wildest dreams, bustled with life. Children they had once taught at the Haven Academy were now adults, taking on roles as teachers, leaders, and caretakers of the community. Some had even become parents, bringing their own children to learn and grow in the same village where Leona and Elias had first built their dream. In their later years, Leona and Elias found joy in the simple, quiet rhythms of village life. Their days were filled with small but cherished moments, afternoon teas on the porch, evening strolls by the sea, and mornings spent reading in the warmth of the sunlit library at the Haven Academy. The weight of leadership had shifted to their children and grandchildren, who carried it with the same dedication and love that had defined Leona and Elias's lives. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves drifted gently from the trees in hues of gold and amber, Leona and Elias decided to visit a special place near the edge of the village, a spot overlooking the sea, where a single ancient tree stood tall and steadfast. It was the very place they had chosen on their first day in the village, a place that had once been a quiet refuge and had since become a symbol of their journey. As they reached the top of the hill, Elias spread a blanket under the tree, and they sat together, gazing out over the ocean, the waves rolling in with a steady rhythm. It was a view they had cherished all their lives, a reminder of the endless possibilities they had embraced when they chose each other against all odds. Leona took a deep breath, the salty breeze filling her lungs, and turned to Elias, her eyes reflecting the years of love and laughter they had shared. "Do you remember when we used to dream of a life like this? It felt like a far-off fantasy then, something so fragile that a single breath could shatter it." Elias chuckled softly, his hand covering hers, his grip as steady as it had been the first time he held her hand in that moonlit garden. "And yet here we are, living that dream. Sometimes I wonder if we dared to dream big enough. Look at all we've built, all the lives we've touched. I don't think I could have imagined this." Leona nodded, her gaze drifting over the village below, where the sounds of laughter and music floated up to them. "We could never have imagined it," she agreed. "But I think that's what made it so beautiful. Each day, we found a new piece of the dream and added it to the life we were building." They sat in silence for a moment, watching the waves crash against the shore, each one carrying with it memories of their journey. From the struggles of their early days to the triumph of building a united community, they had shared every hardship, every joy. And as they looked out at the ocean, they knew that their legacy would continue to ripple through the lives they had touched, much like the waves that stretched out endlessly before them. After a while, Elias spoke, his voice tinged with both reflection and resolve. "Leona, do you think we've taught them enough? Our children, our grandchildren, the students at the academy, have we given them what they need to carry this forward?" Leona turned to him, her gaze warm and reassuring. "We've given them everything we had to give. We've taught them the importance of kindness, of resilience, of choosing understanding over anger. And they'll find their own way, just as we did. We've shown them that love can conquer even the deepest divisions. I believe that's enough." Elias nodded, his expression softened by her words. They had always been a team, their love a source of strength that had guided them through the hardest days. And now, as they approached the twilight of their lives, they found comfort in the knowledge that their legacy would endure through the people who carried their values forward. In the days that followed, they decided to share their story one final time, bringing together the community for an evening of remembrance and celebration. Word of the gathering spread quickly, and on the appointed evening, villagers from near and far filled the academy's central courtyard. It was a clear, starry night, and lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm, golden glow over the assembled crowd. Leona and Elias sat side by side on a small stage, surrounded by friends, family, and villagers who had become part of their extended family. As they looked out at the crowd, Leona felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. This village, this community, was more than she had ever dreamed of. It was a testament to the courage they had found in each other and the vision they had fought to bring to life. Elias stood first, his voice resonating through the courtyard as he addressed the gathering. "Tonight, we wanted to share our story with all of you, not just as a tale of love and determination, but as a reminder of the power we all have to create change. Leona and I came here as two young people who chose to defy the past, who believed that we could build something new, something better. And each of you has made this journey with us. Together, we turned a dream into a thriving community." Leona took his hand, standing beside him as she added, "And now, this legacy belongs to all of you. Every act of kindness, every choice to lift each other up, strengthens the foundation of this village. We're not just two families or one community, we're a beacon of hope for others, a reminder that peace and unity are possible." There was a ripple of applause, a hum of agreement, as the crowd took in their words. People wiped away tears, their faces reflecting the pride they felt in being part of something larger than themselves. For many, Leona and Elias's story was more than just an inspiration. It was a way of life, a philosophy that had shaped their own choices and relationships. As the evening continued, others came forward to share their memories and stories. Some spoke of how they had found friendship across former family lines. Others shared how the Haven Academy had given them the skills and knowledge to pursue their dreams. Young children, now wide-eyed with wonder, sat at the feet of their elders, listening to tales of love, courage, and the unbreakable bond that had brought them all together. Toward the end of the evening, their eldest grandchild, a young woman named Mira, stood before the crowd. She had inherited her grandparents' fierce spirit and warm heart, and as she spoke, her voice carried with it the wisdom they had instilled in her. "My grandparents taught me that love is the greatest gift we can give to the world," Mira said, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "They showed me that when we choose to understand each other, to forgive, and to come together, we create something unbreakable. I am so proud to be part of their legacy, and I promise that I, along with all of you, will carry their vision forward." There was a moment of silence as her words settled over the crowd, a collective understanding that the torch had been passed to a new generation. Leona and Elias watched with tears in their eyes, moved beyond words by the strength and conviction they saw in their granddaughter. As the gathering came to a close, the villagers lingered, sharing stories and memories late into the night. Leona and Elias stood together, their hearts full as they watched their family and friends, knowing that their story had taken root in a way that would continue to grow long after they were gone. The next morning, they returned to the hill overlooking the sea, their hands clasped as they watched the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. They felt a deep peace, knowing they had built a life not only for themselves, but for everyone who had walked with them on their journey. They knew that their legacy was secure, woven into the lives they had touched, the love they had inspired, and the unity they had forged. And as the first light of day broke over the horizon, they stood together, knowing that their story would continue, carried forward by the generations who would follow in their footsteps. For Leona and Elias, their life had been a gift, one they had shared with the world. And in each other's arms, they found the quiet, enduring joy that had defined their lives, a joy that would echo through the village, through their family, and through the lives of all who believed in the power of love to heal, unite, and transform. As Leona and Elias entered the twilight of their lives, the village began to prepare for a new phase as well. The people sensed that a shift was coming, a natural progression as the founders of their community grew older, their presence a steady but increasingly quiet force. The village had become a place of peace, education, and unity. The fields were rich, the school bustling with eager young minds, and the village square filled with laughter and shared stories every day. Leona and Elias spent these years in gentle reflection, taking time to capture their journey in journals, hoping to preserve their story for future generations. They wrote side by side in the early morning, sitting on their porch as the sun rose, bathing the village in golden light. Their words poured onto the pages like the waves that broke along the shore, steady and unrelenting, each memory finding a place within the story they wanted to leave behind. One day, as they sat with Mira, their eldest granddaughter, Elias handed her the first of these journals. She had been the one most drawn to their story, the one who would often sit with them, asking questions about their choices, their sacrifices, and the courage that had brought them together. Mira accepted the journal with reverence, her eyes wide with both excitement and a sense of responsibility. "This is more than a story," Elias said to her, his voice soft but filled with meaning. "It's a piece of us, a piece of what brought us here and what allowed this village to grow. One day, you may find yourself facing challenges, moments when you wonder if peace and unity are worth the struggle. When that time comes, remember that we believed in this with everything we had. We built this place because we knew that love could overcome even the deepest divides." Mira nodded, her hands holding the journal close to her heart. "I'll remember, grandfather. And I'll share it with others, just like you shared it with me." Leona reached over, taking Myra's hand in hers. You carry a piece of us in everything you do, Mira. And remember, our story isn't just about us. It's about every person who chooses kindness, who sees beyond what divides us. It's a story that lives in you and in everyone who calls this village home." They sat together in silence for a moment, the weight of their words settling around them. Mira looked at her grandparents, a newfound respect shining in her eyes. She had always known them as the founders of the village, but now, holding the journal, she understood the depth of their journey, the trials they had endured to build something that seemed so effortless and harmonious now. As Mira stood to leave, she hugged them tightly, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for everything. For giving us a world where peace is possible, where love is the foundation." After she left, Leona and Elias continued to sit in the soft afternoon light, a quiet sense of completion settling over them. They had passed on the lessons that had shaped their lives, knowing that Mira, and all their descendants, would carry forward their vision. And yet, there was a bittersweet quality to this stage of their lives, a realization that their time was drawing to a close. They felt at peace, but they also felt the tender ache of saying goodbye to the life they had built. One evening, the village gathered for what had become an annual celebration in honor of Leona and Elias's legacy. The courtyard at the Haven Academy was lit with hundreds of lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow over the gathering. Families, friends, and neighbors filled the space, sharing stories, laughter, and a meal under the open sky. This time, however, Leona and Elias knew it was not just any celebration. They sensed that this would be their last time addressing the community together. They had discussed it at length in the quiet moments of the previous weeks, deciding to pass on their final message to those who had become their extended family. When the meal was finished, Elias stood, signaling for silence. The crowd quieted, turning their attention to the couple who had become both mentors and beloved friends to each of them. "Thank you for coming tonight," Elias began, his voice carrying a warmth that reflected his years of leadership and kindness. "Leona and I have watched this village grow beyond anything we ever imagined. Each of you is a part of that story, and we are grateful for every moment we've shared with you." Leona continued, her voice strong yet laced with emotion. "We want you to know that our journey began with a choice. It wasn't an easy choice, and it came with risks, with losses. But it was a choice rooted in love and a belief that peace was worth any sacrifice. Today, looking out at each of you, we know that every challenge was worth it. You are the proof that love can build something lasting." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, and some wiped away tears as they listened. For many, Leona and Elias had been figures of strength and inspiration all their lives, and the thought of their absence was deeply felt. Elias glanced at the young faces in the crowd, many of whom had grown up hearing tales of the village's founding and its journey from rivalry to unity. "We ask one thing of each of you," he said, his gaze steady. "Pass on what you have learned here. Carry these values with you, not just in this village, but wherever you go. Show the world that peace is possible, that love is a choice we can make every day." Leona nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her heart full. "We may not always be here to guide you, but our love for each of you will remain. In every act of kindness, and every bridge you build, you will be carrying forward the legacy we started. We trust you, each of you, to continue this journey." There was a moment of silence as her words sank in, and then the courtyard erupted in applause, a sound filled with both joy and sadness, a celebration of all that Leona and Elias had given. They embraced each other, surrounded by the warmth and love of the village they had created, the family they had chosen. That night, Leona and Elias returned to their cottage, hand in hand, feeling a quiet satisfaction. They had passed on their wisdom, their love, and their legacy. As they lay side by side, they spoke softly, their words filled with gratitude for the life they had shared. The next morning, the sun rose over a village that carried on as it always had, filled with laughter, learning, and the gentle hum of life. But there was a reverence, a quiet understanding that the founders of the village had gifted them something precious. Days turned to weeks, and though Leona and Elias's absence was deeply felt, their presence lingered in every corner of the village, in the blooming flowers of the gardens they had planted, in the halls of the Haven Academy, and in the stories told around evening fires. As time passed, the Haven Academy established a new tradition, a day each year dedicated to remembering Leona and Elias. The villagers would gather to share memories, to read passages from their journals, and to pass on the lessons they had left behind. This day became known as Founders' Day, a celebration of love, resilience, and the strength to build bridges where others saw divides. Generations later, their journals remained a treasured part of the Academy's library, read by students and visitors who traveled from far and wide to learn about the couple who had defied convention and rewritten the story of their families. The words they had written lived on, a testament to the choices they had made and the lives they had touched. Young couples would stand at the hill where Leona and Elias had once shared quiet moments together, gazing out at the sea, inspired to build lives filled with purpose and unity. Children grew up hearing tales of the founders, dreaming of ways they, too, could leave their mark on the world. And so, Leona and Elias's legacy endured, not as a mere story, but as a way of life. Their courage to choose love over division, unity over rivalry, had woven a thread of harmony through the village, creating a community that thrived long after they were gone. In the hearts of the people, in the laughter of the children, and in the peace that settled over the village each evening, Leona and Elias lived on, their love a beacon for all who sought to create a life of meaning, compassion, and connection. They had built a legacy as enduring as the sea itself, an eternal reminder that love, above all else, was the greatest gift they could give to the world.